Well, hello. So, today, we're finally done with the book. Today we're going to kind of start thinking about what we need to implement for the command parser. And I was just reviewing the lecture here from our project with the book. That book being Writing an Interpreter in Go by Thorsten Ball. So we're going to kind of use some of this as inspiration, I think, for what we're going to do. Because a lot of this is going to be applicable. Less so things like this, right? Mostly for one, this doesn't support Unicode, and we're going to want to, I think. So we're going to use runes. But also we're going to mostly just, this is what advances our tokens, right? Yes. Where does peak come in? Read position. And position. Okay. This is the current. This is the next. I don't know why they named it that way. So we're going to need this and some of this, more or less, our own version of it, right? Because we're not going to have stuff like this, at least for the beginning, and hopefully not ever, right? We don't want to write a programming language. We want to write a good interpreter. Keywords we're going to have, but these are going to be like names of skills, right? That's what I'm thinking. And we kind of did is it in Parser? Yeah, we kind of did like a register, like a dynamic as this thing gets built, right? We have these, and we could probably drive these off of something else, I'm thinking, for expandability later. But to start with, we need to be able to handle basic stuff, right? We need to discard things that have no meaning as well, so that they're optional. So like if you type move east, then we're going to drop the move and it's just going to turn into E inside, but like it should still work, right? Without stepping on other things. I think. Kind of where my thought train is going currently. We're going to need a token concept. We're going to need a lexer concept. Parser, maybe. Probably, because we're going to need to parse these into actions that get run through the game manager, right? Like move, for example. it's going to be simpler than this because we don't need to deal with quite as many different mathematical expressions, right? Stuff like order of a paren and grouping in parens, all of that. We don't need to deal with that. So that's going to get a little bit easier. We don't need an evaluator because this is going to be the game manager or other different things. We'll probably need the parser. Well, we'll need like a dispatch type of thing to send out the actions. So like look needs to interact with the character. It doesn't need to go through the game loop. It just needs to grab you and look at you, right? Other things we'll need, like move needs to run through the game manager because that's like a world action. But in either case, the evaluation will happen elsewhere in the engine. We just need to parse it into, like right now we have, should close this out. Right now we have is this not right? Oh, I probably just didn't run them. We'll fix it in a second. Right now our parser is very much a placeholder. Just get all these command parser. But this actually needs to go over here. Let's just get this cleaned up. Kind of set ourselves up for success and organization here. Really just super basic. But this is going to be similar, except for we need to generate commands out of these like we're doing here, but better, right? Most of this is going to go in the trash, which is fine. This is just a really basic thing to stub to get us rolling. So and this will need to be more generic. I think that we'll need to drive this, instead of being driven off of a move command defined in the map here, this will need to be a command parser. Struct. So I'm kind of thinking also, the first thing we need to do is sort of start thinking about what do our commands look like. So let's go. Let's make ourselves. Let's get a couple of these open. Not gonna worry about that for now, but let's go ahead and just make sure nothing bad comes up in any of these. Shouldn't, but you know, sometimes these old sites get a little bit abused. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so we can kind of look at some commands here and think about what sort of commands we're going to think about starting with. In the world is that? There's some interesting words. Inhume. This is the other thing we need to think about is what class or whatever has access to these things. What skills do you have? You know, that sort of thing will have a bearing on this. But we're going to start with the basics, right? Yeah, and we've got all kinds of that's kind of a bit of food for thought here. Let's see, they're moving. Oops. Just go fix that. So I'm gonna put this over here so that we don't have it in the way, and we'll just jot them down as we go. See, these are all let's check the next one here. A lot of these are skill, yeah, assassin skill. Just kind of looking for what are the commonalities that, you know, like a basic couple things we can start working towards. We'll also have to think about, like, objects and items having some kind of a like skills that apply to them, or commands that apply to them. Actually, that might look the same or similar to how we have done the map command stuff, where it says, hey, if I can handle this, put it into a map, the data structure map, and then if not, then it returns an error. You can look over here. Help. We're gonna need a help. Display commands. That's gonna be important. That's gonna be kind of a little bit of a stretch after we do other things right. But it is something we should think about. And look is kind of, does look behave? Yeah, look is a targeted thing. Targets, character, item, etc. Default is room look. Probably need to also be able to easily say look me becomes look. Should be an easy shortcut for looking at yourself instead of look my character name. Is there? Let's also come over here. And look direction. Is that interesting to us? Maybe later. Just jot down. This don't really want to. Not sure I want to make people say the name go. That's very verbose for moving, which is going to happen a lot, right? We don't want to. We want to reduce the friction of things you're going to do a ton. But here we have Maybe attack is a good general for, you know, attacking with like an equipped weapon. I have to think about that a little bit. I like appraise, I like buy and sell. Let's worry about these a little bit later though. Cast and then name. I think it should just be a name that we want. Let's see here. So we already looked at look on here. It's pretty much the way. We're already looking at look, right? Meow. We need to also consider that a command with a target, just general notes here, commands with targets should be easy to specify which target, if multiple, i.e. there are 5 bottles here, take bottle, default behavior, take first bottle. Organize this a little bit. So default behavior, take first bottle, take should we do index? Maybe both. We take a bottle with a index at take 2. I guess this shouldn't be. If we do take 2 bottle, take the first 2 bottles? What if we did could also do this? Wouldn't need to be capitalized either. It's a command. We want it lowercase. Take bottle. One, two, three. if we did we need to think about that. Is that reasonable to type or not, right? Because if you have somebody drops 100 bottles in a room, let's say, or whatever, you know, we also need to think about different I guess that falls into like items responsibility. Like if you had a potion bottle and you drank the potion, you should make a bottle, right? That's going to be something for items to worry about. The items that don't exist yet. The package. Okay. What other... Let's do some cleanup on our notes here. Trying to lay this out in a way I can read later. See here what other So looking at an item name, we're going to have the similar deal where... So we almost need like a target resolver. Let's do... Let's do... Look, target. Look at specified thing should accept a name. Bottle. ID, or what else would make sense? Or ID, yeah. And then multiple targets. Target name, default behavior, look at first index. Look. So we're kind of identifying a couple overlapping things we're going to need, right? Look. Target. Index. Look at the and occurrence of target. But we also only want, like in this case, we can act upon multiple things, right? So we take 1, 2, 3, we get all 3 of those. Otherwise, and this also could be problematic if we like if 2 people are trying to take from a list of things, right? If 2 people are trying to loot, we need to be careful here that we specify. No, okay, so under the hood, translate these 2 IDs. That way, so if you say take ID 1, ID 2, ID 3, and somebody else takes ID 2, then we don't just take the index blindly, we translate it, right? So that avoids shrubs. Okay, so now this doesn't allow you to look at multiple things like that. You need to do one at a time. So we can just do, well, if you're already doing it, if you're targeting ID, then that takes care of that. So we really just need the default and the index behavior. And these are like for occupants in a room on a map. We need to look at tile. Believe they're a list, so that gives us a guaranteed order, which means that this might possibly work. If they were in a map, we would be in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, it's a list, pointers to characters. And if items can be the same, then that takes care of that sort of for us, right? Okay. Let's get you. Just kind of go down here. As we organize our thoughts. Thinking here. Okay, let's take a look at. Is there a move? Aliases are another thing entirely. Yeah, this doesn't. This doesn't cover moving. Take a look here. Yeah, this just has cardinal directions. Enter and leave. Oh yeah, we're gonna need like up and down. How about you? You don't have north movement. Venturing movement, I guess. Merely exists as a root. Okay. doesn't really tell me about the commands associated with it. Just for funsies, let's see. Yeah, this doesn't. Does you have? No. Yeah, you have fancy movements like crawl. Applies like a state to you. Looks like. Let's do quick look. Pretty, I think. Yeah. I don't know, I think I'm overthinking the movement portion. I think what we want for in this case, it won't be every command. It should be many commands though. Movement will be simple. Default movement. We won't exclude the possibility of movement types later, like crawl, like that one was just saying, but we don't need that for now. Oh no. What if somebody were to report you for being a bot that spams? And then ban you. I thought, let me double check here. Crank this up a little bit. So that you either have to have a verified account, or verified email rather, or be older than, verified account. You must all have verified email, okay. If you're younger than a week, you also need a phone verification. Let's add that. See if that helps with these annoying little body bots. That way, people who don't wish to phone verify, but are legitimate, are more likely to be okay. But I spend less time swatting bot. And let me just check here. Probably just Twitch's notification. Yep, received your report. Okay. This gives us a good starting point. So we know that we're going to have a couple different permutations here of command types that we're going to need. Gotta think about where I want this to live for the sake of sanity and simplicity. Oh, also, let's see, what is the correct way to spell northeast? Is there a space? I don't think there is. Yeah, no. Okay. All one word. In, out, or yeah. It makes a degree of sense, I think. We'll see how far we get with this as an idea. So, we need, so far, Actually, it would make sense to have map keep making this data structure, keep having it, because that keeps the locality of the behavior of that data structure there. We just expose a public API to create a new move, and that allows us to keep the command parser in sync with whatever map is doing for free, essentially, as long as we don't break the API, right? These
It's the devil on my shoulder, and the mistakes that keep me up. And maybe I'm afraid that
these, let's see here.
and now I'm running out of luck. Yeah, it's been a little rough here.
Let's actually put this
Treat it like a friend.
up here with look.
Another person that I know won't stay forever, so I deal till the interaction ends. Just a momentary thing. And when I wake up from the darkness, there's a song that I will sing. I love the peace I found. The peace I found.
This can be
The peace I found.
targeted command. Let's actually
Peace I found. And I know that you will leave me, but I hope it's not for long. You and I are at our best when we're together, so I'll deal, but I miss you when
this.
you and I are ocean
We need like two,
on a summer day.
like a targeted command for
Everything can go your way. Just a
passive only
momentary thing. And when I wake up from the darkness, there
involves gathering information, and then
peace I found.
this is a action.
Peace I found. Peace I found. World keeps spinning.
Active
Lights on design.
goes through game manager.
Our beginning. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Here it comes again.
And we're gonna need let's also say let's do this. Single target only. This is active, goes through game manager. Actually, let's say active game world in some way. Goes through game manager. do we want to support? Yeah. Yeah, because we'll need to figure out what these items are. So, we can give each interactable thing a like a flag that says like can multi-interact. Let's do this. Our project open here. Pull this out in its own. No. I don't want to create an issue. I just want to create an item. Oh, there we go. Draft. Why am I? Yeah, I don't know why this has changed to now make me specify that. It's deeply, deeply annoying. Okay, so let's just pull you up. Put you like after all this work for now. We'll kind of do this big push and then we'll do some tidying and some other stuff and then we'll kind of circle back. Nope, not you. We'll get items in at this point here for now. Okay. So that's a good kind of start on our organizational stuff. So we know, oops, to a degree what we are attempting to do here, right? And we have 3 different distinct types of thing that we know about. We might actually create a placeholder package for the action commands. Well, no. I'll have to think about that. But it's been an hour, so I'm going to take a quick break here. Get up, stand up, stretch around, walk around. And then when we come back, we'll start kind of getting some code in place, I think. And figuring out how we want it to look. So, I'll be right back. There we go. Also had to ditch the hoodie and get comfy. It was starting to get a little warm in here. Okay, so we know that. Actually, let's kind of roll back just 1 second and think about where these things need to live. And let's pull our notes back over. Single target only for those. That's fine. But if it's going to go through Game Manager, I guess we could interface this. We could say that the we're gonna have characters and items for now, right? They both need to be able to be looked at. Yeah, okay. So we're going to define, in our parser, we're going to define i.e. lookable, interactable, etc. Should interactable be... Does that make sense? Yes, because we want to let define what it looks like from the perspective of that thing you're interacting with. So thinking about, interactable in the case of a bottle. You can take a bottle, no problem, right? And it should give it to you. But if you try to take a character, it should give you an error. Which makes sense. But you should still be able to define that, right? And maybe there's a case where that maybe if they're dead, then they become takeable, so that you can pick up your fallen friend and take them to the hospital or something, right? Maybe that makes the most sense. Yeah, I like that for now. Package. Things that can be targeted. If that action not. And when. There we go. Let's leave that for now as kind of like our early planning, early thoughts, early plots. And then let's get there's another thing I keep meaning to do. You already cleaned up. Yeah, okay. That's fine. This... close that. We're gonna call this... Radio command. Bum, 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 bum. Call it that. And then we can take our notes here. And I'm just going to put them in the repo for now since it's just a text document. That, thank you. Okay. Got that. So now let's actually do some code things. So this is going to have to go away, but that's perfectly fine. We're going to need to let's start with tokenizing it, right? And we should have some tests for it. And then let's think about the layout here. That's going to be informed by, let's get rid of this for now, that for now. Client handler, how do we currently deal with Parser? And does it matter? I think we just parse command, right? Okay. We just call it directly right now. Does it make any sense to be do this differently? So we want to tokenize we might want to change some things about the parser on the fly. So like if you add a skill, like if you learn a skill, you don't need to log out, log back in to get it to read the new skill, right? So that indicates to me that we do want a pointer to a running parser. So knowing that and let's also look at, let's have this open to help us with our thoughts here. It's a type and a literal. And then we also should have, for reference, our parser. And our lexer. I think, if I remember correctly, yeah, okay, so this shouldn't be a tokenizer. This should be called a lexer. Yes. Put this in here so that nothing else can play with it. Just keeps your LSP clean. So we have a lexer. Should lexer have should we put tokens into its own package like Thurston did in his book? Probably. And what did he do for... No test for token, right, because it just holds constants, really. We can borrow, oops, I can't spell. We can borrow this pattern of doing this. Does this make sense? Let's think. It has a type. Do we care about the literal? Maybe. Don't think we need the keywords just yet. That's gonna be dependent on skills and things like that, right? We also need to look at the UUID package here, because we've been using that for IDs of things. And they're very long. But those would suck to type, right? That's what I'm thinking. And I'm just looking to see. Double check here. Can we... I'm not really sure. Just concerned about the security of this, right? It's not for cryptography. It's just for keeping track of things. Not really a whole lot of variants. What version? Here's an example of turning it into an int. Funsies, what do you spit out? Be very, very large. You want them to be reasonably typable by a human, right? see here. Out of there. Let's see. This is just like general. UX, UI type things, right? We want okay. I'm gonna have to dig through this more and see if we can figure out an answer for this. But in the meantime, let's go with, let's punt this a little bit. Let's do this. Ugh. I hate this new change. Okay, and then we'll put this up here. Before items, because that's going to be where it more than likely becomes really gnarly, right? Okay. And this is going to tie into the stuff we were looking at a while back about the character database, right? Where it has a Mongo ID currently, which is different than all the other IDs. So there's going to be some relevance there, I think. And we decided not to do that because it wasn't going to give us that much more. And maybe you just can't do a character by ID. Like, that shouldn't be something you're aware of. Let's actually add that to our notes. For ID only excluding characters. That ID should be private. Okay. So going back to this, what we're going to need for now is like here. We will need keywords. That's where our commands are going to live. But, for example, here, when we did next token, we'll need to and this is based off of character that it's on. Current character. When we read car. Which lives here. That gives us the EOF, right? If it's longer, okay. But in our case, it's going to be a single command that's going to get chonked through here. Which is still fine for this purpose. Where does illegal come in? If we don't recognize it, that's probably good to have, which makes sense. We're going to call you invalid, though. Call you end, that's fine. This should be... We're going to have to differentiate between strings and identifiers, right? IDs, whatever they be. So in this case, when we did this, we had, it was a letter. We read identifier. Ah, right. Okay. This is how we did that. This is going to be a little different because we need to be able to differentiate between okay, we're going to start without identifiers for now. We'll add identifiers later. Invalid and end are still good. Should it be string? Shouldn't be string. How did we break this out over here? It was just ident. And then when we lex it up, we read an identifier. Okay. Don't know that I like the word identifier to describe this. But maybe it's okay. because it's either a keyword, it identifies a keyword, or it identifies a target, right? So maybe that is okay. We can steal this too, that's fine. This will be for a target name or ID. Target name for now. We're going to how did we do? Things like lists. Was in the parser, I think. Would have been in parse program. Parse statements. Parse expression statement. Parse expression. Here's the prefixes that told us how to deal with. No. What did we call? Let's call it a comma. Function parameters. But that can still be. This is still fine for now. This can be not keywords, but does this make sense? We had this is what tells us how to not here. So in here in token, when we come in and we're going through, or not token, but in Lexer,
I just need one. It's only one. I just need $1 million to get started. I just need one.
we do
Only one. I just need $1 million. You and I get away from here. Tokyo, Dubai,
look up ident is what this. So when we parse function literal, that's when we start doing okay. So how does this gel with our plan? Becomes the question. I think we have two types of token. Three. We have a move. We have and then in here, what we have is things like wait, no, these are all move. Derp. West. And then we'll add look. And take. For now. And then I see. It was lookup ident because that's what he called identifiers. And we borrowed that, so that's fine too. And this returns the type. So same thing. And it's a command type because that's what we're looking up in here so far. We'll do the same thing. Return the type. Otherwise, it's an identifier. We're not sure what. And then what we're going to do is I don't want to look at this too much because I want to think through it, but does it make sense to... It does. This makes sense to use. So we're gonna... Let's actually pull up the tests instead. Or in addition, rather. But we're gonna mostly focus on looking at what he did for the tests, and we're going to kind of use the same pattern here because it makes a ton of sense, right? Our Lexer also is going to want to test various inputs. But how can we do this in a way that's tidier here? think we're also going to take a quick peek again at Lexer. So at the end, it should return an EOF token. And let's actually borrow EOF. That's very standard, so it's very easy to think about. So next token will make sense for us to use as well. Because we're going to want to get, let me just pop open. I already have Parser, never mind. Because the parser is just going to consume until first program just consumes until it sees EUF. Right, okay. That makes sense. We're going to want to do this slightly differently. Because I don't want to care about the Lexer outside of Parser. I just want to give this thing a string, and it's going to spit back out whatever it spits back out, or an error that I can return. I think is what I want. But right now, this makes sense still. I don't like this. This is a friggin' mess. But is there a way to do it cleaner and more sane? Token is going to it's also west, northeast. Okay. So our test, if we do yeah, we can do this. This can still be a table test. But oops. This is actually we expect a token to come out of them. But not just one token, list of tokens. And we'll do one for a quick example. So if I say north, then I expect to see type of move, so these ones are easy, but let's do another example. If it was instead take bottle, then I would expect to see token dot active literal take and type of token dot identifier literal bottle, like so. Then let's refresh ourselves on this. I don't. How do I want to do this? You can still use the index. That's a nice trick. I like that. I think range of tests. We don't have the things in place for this, right? Make new Lexer. Loop until accumulate tokens until EOF. Drop EOF. Or actually no. Yeah. We'll drop it for test. I think order matters for these, so we want to just reflect deep compare the lists. I think that's fine. So that'll compile. We'll fix that up. Okay, so this will get us started. But it's been an hour, so I'm going to take a quick break. It's time to open some windows, get some air moving. And I'll be right back. Okay. Tangled up. There we go. Okay, starting to think. We are ready. So the first thing we're going to need is to be able to create a new Lexer. We're going to need a Lexer. And it's going to need does it make sense to do the so in Thorsten's book the he just did characters. He didn't do Unicode. We need to do Unicode. We need to do runes so that we support all things, right? So it can have a rune. I don't know. He did things two different ways. First one, he had a position and a character and a next position. And I think he did that because at this level, we need to be able to... No. I think we can do this another way. I think we can say that no, because he re-sliced the runes, right? Okay, so and then this is kind of like a cursor. Kind of, sort of. This will take, and we also need that like this, and then we will going to be nothing. Actually, he did something clever here. We're going to go. He did a read to set it up. So we'll need a read as well. And so this is going to say, yeah, we need to, I guess we'll just call you R. We need to look and remind myself how That's not helping. String literos. Code root and string function. Ah, I see. And what did he do here? Is he just went by index, right? I didn't read cargo. There we are. So we actually need to convert immediately. We'll handle silently converting between runes and strings. This becomes the manual way. Yes, that makes sense, but I would like a nicer way if it exists. Um, Transformer, that sounds interesting. Not quite what I want, though. Wasn't there bytes.runes? That. So then what we can do input can I do what is a nil rune look like? So what he did is said character's nothing, or it's 0 rather, but how does that differ from right, because okay. It's because well, let me think. Because this is because it's strings, it's not ints. But or it's bytes rather. Okay, so an empty byte. Go take a look at this. Alias frame 32. I think we're still good for using 0. I think it still works. Otherwise, that, and then we advance. That's not peek, it's read. Okay. So we should be able to do the same thing he did. Did he? Wait a second. Was this? Yeah. Yeah. That's correct. Okay. So we read the rune that initializes things. So this takes care of our ability to make input. We need to make an empty list. And we do for we need an X token for that. So, what this is going to do is go through and we're going to switch on the rune. Can I not? I guess he just did it this way. That's fine, probably. And then we can say we need a couple more helpers first. We need to skip white spaces so that we advance to reading stuff again. And we need to check if we are if the rune is alphabetical, then we need to come in and say read string of runes, read until we reach a white space, I think. check if this is an identifier or is a command or just an identifier. So first things first, we need to do this. And is there... is space. That takes care of all of our read rune. I think that's all I need. Actually, now I'm wondering if there is... Look at the docs for the Unicode package. No. Okay, that's fine. There's nothing for directly switching. This is probably the best bet still. That's fine with me. We'll call that so that we can skip through everything. Can we just... we can write our default. And we need... you can just be empty at this particular point. We could also just do var here. Default type invalid. What am I doing? I'm not comparing. Setting. Silly me. The last thing we do is read because we are not done yet and we want to advance the current character forward. If it's white space, skip white space, we'll get engaged. Where do we check for EOF here? Worry about that in a minute. Our command should all start with letters, so we'll start with his letter, this rune. Right. That makes sense. How did he lay this out? Ah, it all went into, I see. So these were only for the very specific tokens that already existed, which we won't really have. That's fine. So does it still make sense to switch on? This needs to return a token. Does it still make sense to switch on this if we are... No, it doesn't. If we're a letter, and then the else becomes this, if nothing else has handled it. Guess what we can do is we can say this. Don't know why I'm doing that today. Is it empty? Return it. Rid of this. If we're going to return up here, what was this even doing? In which case does this get... This gets engaged in cases where it's okay. So we won't need these things. In theory. If it's nothing, it's an EOF. We're done. Wondering if I'm shooting myself in the foot here or not. Probably not. I think we're okay. So this then we just read the rune. Read pause is that. When this ends up breaking, this is going to return a string. Which is going to be input from start index to whatever this gets to. Like that. So that takes care of that. That and that. Okay, so in both of these cases, literal is Read not read position. Read the identifier. Yes, returns a token type. Type is look up the identifier. Oops. Which takes the literal. Make it clear. Actually, let's call you literal. Then we return you. So now, because we have our test kind of roughed in here, outputs is this. Until we get an EOF. I don't think I can do that. Let's just do this simpler. Next token, if next token equals next token dot type equals token dot EOF. Break equal and outputs next token if keep equal then we can say test input this organized incorrectly. We'll say got and we'll throw a new line. That way it's easier to compare them. And this is outputs. This is expected output. So if I've understood this correctly, let's also This test shouldn't require any database, but in case I run things while I'm thinking about it, there we go. Start that up. Oh, I need to tt.input, and this I'm actually going to want to be quoted string. Okay, we're out of bounds somewhere here. And it's probably here, I betcha. What did he do for this? He did exactly what I did, so I did something else wrong. Okay, that's good that I got it right in that regard. Out of range 6 with capacity 5. Because going out of bounds here. Let me take a look at his read character again. Now I've done that correctly. Read identifier. That all makes sense. Perplexing. Is this perhaps... Well, that should be correct. Let's debug. See what's up. Specifically... Oop. What is that? Reposition is 1. Read the rune. Reposition is 2. Oh, peak position didn't get updated correctly. Might be part of my problem. This should be... Wait. That. And what we do is we do that. Okay. Because if it's greater than or equal to our input, peak is one index ahead. That makes sense. Otherwise, we say, hey, the read character is the one that is at peak position. Read position gets updated to what peak position was. Peak gets moved forward. They both slide up. Up. There we go. Now, that can stay. What are you? Oh, oops. One only. Thank you. Now we can say... Just double check. And this gets out. Yeah, okay. We can add now this. Put that in the clipboard. Or southeast west. We want northeast. Northwest. Southeast. Southwest. Forgot to put in abbreviated ones. There we go. In, which is also just I. Out, which is also just O. Up. Also just U. Which is also just D. All of that is good. And if this, let's just say for funsies, was that, great, it was tokenized incorrectly. Okay, so that gets us our basic movement commands tokenized correctly. Let's go ahead. Make sure this makes sense, and it does. So we've got now think here. That is actually here, and it can stay here. Let's close these down for now. Actually, we need one more. Yeah, we can do it later. It's fine. Get rid of that. Refer to my notes here. Our desired output. And this also needs to go all in the trash. These also go away. These go away. So, we need to transform these now from tokens into commands that can be dispatched. Things like move, for example. And actually, I'm going to previously client handler handled dispatching the command. Is that still appropriate? Yes, because we want to be able to use the command parser, or rather, not use the command parser, but we want to be able to dispatch other things from other places, like an enemy controller, right? So, parser shouldn't have that logic. It just parses. The consumer needs to figure it out. Now, the consumer, like, we could put some kind of another package into command parser, move things around. That would be responsible for that. Maybe. I don't know that that makes a great deal of sense. So what is a just going to return interface. Okay. So let's think here about we also need to support exit. We can come back to that though, that's fine. This will return an error. Getting ahead of myself. I don't need to worry about the consumer, save for that it compiles. We need to do that just so it's tidied away. This is no longer a bool. It's an error now. How do we... How do you know what our valid dispatch locations are? I guess, he's going to be game manager. So the game manager won't need to parse commands. It's not its job. It will need to know how to route commands, right? Execute actions. Get command handlers. Handle type. So in the example of a move command, I tell you when you ask, hey, I know how to handle on main app. Here we go. I know how to handle a move command, and I call it get handlers, command types move, game manager, handle type. So we switch on the type. But this This returns an interface. So I guess we could say I guess all that the consumer needs to know is whether or not it's a what if we don't want to call that a targeted command? Let's call this a passive command. This is an action command because they're all kind of targeted except for move, which is its own thing. So how would our parser know? It wouldn't. We would need to have game manager be aware of what is what. Which is probably fine. That would still leave our how do we wire this up? This is tricky. Or do we just route all the commands to the game manager and it decides? Oh, thank you. Let's collapse these down real quick. Just kind of clean up the space. This gets command handlers, but how do I know to create a move command? Oh. Because we have passive. Okay, yes. We have passive and active. So we classify them in the token. We'll need a way to dynamically set that eventually, but that's fine for now. So who will know? This needs to be not move, but direction. So that we can determine if we need to move or if it's something else that we're doing that affects a direction, right? Okay. So what we're going to end up doing is having a parser, which will have no, it won't have a lexer because we got to create one. Maybe we'll have one. What did he do for his parser? What was the struct? We won't need precedences. He had a lexer. Errors, current token, peak token. Yeah, okay. We won't need... Well, we need a different thing, kind of. I guess it probably doesn't matter if we create one. I don't think we want to keep creating them, though. How heavy is the lexer? Could do This is all well and good. But instead of next token, and these are supposed to be small, right? We're not trying to like Lex in a huge document. We do this. We say for list of tokens. Let's do this. We'll do next is this. If it's an EOF token, break, turn output. And then we don't have to do this. We say this will take so we say input is this. This just needs to return an empty Lexer. What we do need though, put you down here in private land. We'll do this. Actually, this doesn't matter. We'll just do... So we init, and then we just next token it until we're done, we return output. Now, these should all pass still. Get out. Because this returns an EOF at the end. Is there value in that? We're gonna need that. Okay, so let's do this. This is still next token. We can still test Lex. Next token, rather, from here. Init with the input. That's fine. This can be a simpler test. Let's just grab this. Type is EOF. Literal is an empty string. Add you. Then we'll grab one with a space in it. This one will do. You and then we'll grab the test here as well, except for we'll modify that in the same way we just did the other one, but it's more of like a smoke test almost, right? We don't do that. We don't do this. This is where output is test lexer dot lex input. Fix that. There we go. So this opens up our ability to, let's do this. There we go. Push that up. This unlocks our ability to initialize once, right? We don't want to initialize every single time somebody types a command. That's just silly. Would it be the end of the world? Nah, probably not. But we also need to update. Okay. That will get us here. You don't need to return nil. You need to return. Let's actually call you now. When we get a command, what we're gonna do, this becomes a method. Just for now. So what we're gonna do is say that. And then this should actually be and let's do this. Let's not do that. Yes, let's do that. Because this is a little different. So that. What did he do over here? 4. Yeah, he just did a next token. If we want to do this, or something similar to this, rather, I should say. How did he avoid being out of bounds here? Well, we're guaranteed to have, well, I should say. We should always have at least 2 if there was a token to parse, or command to parse, that was tokenized out, right? We might need to guard against that for some reason. Let's think here. Well, we can test it, I suppose. Guess we can just return error here. We can say tokens equals p dot lexer dot lex input if len p dot tokens less than 2 errors.new input I should do this. This will advance. Oh, right. Because this used to call next IC. Does this make sense still? I think I want to go back to this. We're rid of this, but new input will become public. Okay, and then we can take you away. That. New input for the test lexer. These still pass. And then out here, this can still be next token. We don't do this anymore. That goes away. This becomes pointless. Instead, up here, what we do is we say new input, CMD. And then next token to initialize, what we should do how did he do new? He just didn't worry about it. So parse program goes along. Current token is EOF. Then we parse the statement, which the stuff. How did we get a first token though? Token, that's what we did. but new does not. Ah. This does read 2 tokens. Okay. So that current and next are set. So then up here we would need to do and in our Lexer, if we get give white space, read rune. If we try to peek past, we get 0. 0 returns EOF. Okay, so we EOF until forever. They would just be 2 new EOFs. Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Perfect. So here, loop until we see EOF. Each loop we switch on the token type, right? Yes. Create structs based on the type. Determine appropriate command struct and create it based on current and peak token and create it. There we go. That goes after this. This actually needs to be this. On creation, we don't necessarily have any input. In fact, we won't. We just create a new Lexer, it's blank. Here's where we advance. So that on each new input we advance to the beginning, we start chunking through it. We are going to return some commands as appropriate. Parser will need to know, not parser, but client handler will need to know what to do with these commands once they're parsed. But that is not part of parsing, so that's fine. We might need another package to help with that, but I don't think so, because I don't think anything else needs it. Maybe. We'll think about it as we go here. And our test, that one, So here's where we need to check the commands that come out of it. So here, Lion Handler will get a new parser when it starts up. That'll get cleaned up as appropriate when it's time. This will need to create now the only thing is active command will have so we want to be able to switch on this. Well, no, I lied. How do we route these is going to be the tricky part still. We know what type they are thanks to token. Let's do this really quick. And then we'll do I need to think about how I'm going to route these. Without having Parser doing too much work, right? What to think about that. But we're at the end of the 4 hours of stream. So while I kind of have a good long think about this over the coming week and the break that is the middle of the week for me, we'll see what we get up to and if I have any time to work on this or not. Either we'll have thoughts or we'll have produced code. Either way. Until then, Friday is the next stream. Schedule down below for Twitch viewers. YouTube, it is 11 o'clock Mountain Time. You'll have to do math yourself because their scheduling is bad in YouTube. Until then,